Good afternoon. Committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. Today, the Rules Committee is convening to consider a single measure, H.R. 3838, the Streamlining Procurement for Effective Execution and Delivery and National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2026. You guys couldn't come up with a shorter name for it? We'll certainly hear a lot of robust discussion on the legislations before us today, so I'll keep my opening comments brief. Congress's first duty is to provide for the common defense of the nation. It's a constitutional mandate we're charged with upholding. The NDAA undergirds America's national defense policy. It works to ensure that America's armed forces remain the best equipped and prepared in the entire world. It has always been a bipartisan effort, one that helps the men and women who defend our nation achieve their mission, whether by land, sea, or air. The FY26 NDAA furthers the strong commitments of Congress and President Trump to build a ready, capable, and lethal fighting force that will effectively deter our nation's adversaries. It codifies all or parts of 15 separate executive orders issued by President Trump that relate to fortifying our nation's national security and defense postures. Further, this legislation yields $20 billion in savings, including $15 billion from reforms spearheaded by DOGE, works to improve the quality of life for the nation's service members with a 3.8% pay raise and improved benefits for military families, cuts bureaucratic red tape that threatens our nation's competitive advantage on the world stage, and equips the nation's warfighters with the capabilities they need in the most cost-effective manner possible. The FY26 NDAA also makes commitments to deter aggression from rogue regimes such as China, Russia, Iran, and foreign terrorist organizations that pose a serious threat to America's national security and our way of life. This legislation would not be possible without the bipartisan collaborative efforts of the members and staff of the Armed Services Committee. As this process now moves to the Rules Committee and soon to the floor for full consideration, I expect the same level of bipartisanship and collaboration will be present. With many Republicans and Democrats coming to testify here today, we'll be presented with a wide range of ideas that will receive fair consideration. With that, I look forward to today's discussion, and I now yield to the ranking member, Mr. McGovern, for any comments that he wishes to make.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. So before us this week is the National Defense Authorization Act. Last year, Republicans turned what's supposed to be a national security funding bill into a right-wing wish list. They loaded it up with attacks on reproductive rights. They targeted LGBTQ service members. They went after diversity programs in the military. It wasn't about defense. It wasn't about protecting this country. It was all about playing politics with our national defense. And I fear it will be the exact same thing this year. The same extremist playbook. Pass it out of committee with bipartisan support, then blow it up on the House floor with a pile of culture war garbage that has nothing to do with keeping America safe. So let's be clear. This isn't about national defense. It's about political theater. It's about turning the Department of Defense, the Department of War, since Donald Trump apparently changed the name, into a campaign prop. Kind of interesting that the president who says he wants a Nobel Peace Prize is fantasizing about war. But I guess that makes sense coming from the guy who's never actually been in a war because he had bone spurs. And just this weekend, he posted, and I quote, "Chicago about to find out why it's called the Department of War." Let that sink in. A sitting president threatening to use the U.S. military to wage war on an American city against American citizens. That's not leadership. That's nuts. Imagine if President Obama tweeted out that he was going to war with Republican-led cities. You guys would be having a meltdown. And putting all that aside, I'll tell you this. I don't vote for the NDAA. I think I might have voted yes on the NDAA once in my entire career. And the reason why is quite simple. I refuse to send nearly $1 trillion to an agency that can't even pass an audit. The Pentagon loses track of an insane amount of taxpayer money year after year, and we reward them with more. No, that's not defense. That's insanity. The stuff they overpay for is insane. The Air Force paid a $150,000 markup on soap dispensers, $1,500 for a single coffee cup. Those aren't just numbers I made up. They came from the very conservative Heritage Foundation. Imagine if we invested all those billions of wasted dollars here at home on ending hunger, on housing, or education, or making people's lives better. But instead, we're stuck in this circus. And speaking of circuses, let's talk about the Epstein files. Despite the best efforts of my friends on the other side, this issue is not going to go away. Republicans are doing everything they can to stall, distract, and cover up. Republicans on oversight touted releasing new records, but the vast majority of the documents they released were already public. Up in Massachusetts, we call that a scam. And while survivors stood outside the Capitol begging for justice, sharing their painful stories, Donald Trump sat in the Oval Office calling the whole thing, quote, irrelevant. I still can't believe he said that. The victims are begging for transparency, begging for us to pass the Massey Connor bill, begging for this administration to release the files. And the President of the United States, the most powerful person in the world, says that they are irrelevant, says it's all a hoax. It wasn't a hoax when Trump promised to release all the files. It wasn't a hoax when his own allies said that they had the client list sitting on their desk and were ready to make it public. And now get this, Speaker Mike Johnson said Donald Trump was an FBI informant on this case. I'm not surprised the Speaker walked it back because usually an informant knows something about what's going on. Being an informant implies being in on the crime. So again, we really, really, really need to know what the hell is in those files. And we need Republicans to stop shielding the powerful and start standing with the survivors. It's simple. Republicans can either sign the bipartisan Massey Connor discharge petition, or better yet, put the bill on the floor this week, which will finally give the public the full truth, or they can keep burying it. No more stalling, no more excuses, no more cover-ups. Release the files. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Without objection, any prepared statements that our witnesses may have will be included in the record. I now welcome our first panel, Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith from the Committee on Armed Services. Your full statement will be submitted for the record. We ask that you summarize your statement in 5 minutes. Chairman Rogers, I welcome your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern, for having us here today. I want to thank your staff as well as you for helping us get this NDAA to the floor this year. I also want to thank my friend and colleague Adam Smith, who's been a great partner in running this Armed Services Committee and getting us this product. I'm very proud of the work we did to put this bill together in a bipartisan fashion. And in our committee, that's not just a term that we use loosely. We actually work in a bipartisan fashion. The bill before you today is called the Streamlining, Procurement, and Effective Execution and Delivery Act, or SPEED Act. And we did that to underscore the very significant reforms this bill makes to the defense acquisition process. The Pentagon's current acquisition process is failing our warfighters. It can take up to 10 years between identifying a battlefield need and delivering a solution to the warfighter. By that time, the threat has changed, the cost of balloon, and the solution is outdated. The SPEED Act includes a series of reforms to eliminate regulatory burdens, end bureaucratic inertia, and put in place a system that will deliver capability to the warfighter at the speed of scale. Fixing acquisitions will go a long way toward ensuring our warfighters are the most capable fighting force on the planet. I also want to highlight our continued effort to improve the quality of life of our service members and their families that we initiated last year. Among other improvements, we provided a 3.8% pay raise for all service members, authorized nearly $3 billion in construction for new housing, dining facilities, and medical facilities, child care centers, and schools, improved service member access to medical and mental health services. We also remain laser focused on deterring adversaries like China. The bill invests in the capabilities we need to stay ahead of our adversaries, the maintenance and logistics systems we need to conduct operations, and the capacity of our allies so they can assist on the battlefield. This is a strong bipartisan bill that puts our warfighters first. It builds the ready, capable, and lethal fighting force we need to deter our adversaries and ensure peace through strength. I urge all members to support it, and I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to echo the chairman's comments, thanking the Rules Committee. They've always been a great partner in this process. I don't know exactly how many amendments have been submitted, but I think it's north of 1,200 at this point. Really appreciate your working so closely with our staff on that process. And I also want to thank the chairman for his leadership of the committee. He's absolutely right. We work in a very bipartisan fashion. We produced a bipartisan product out of committee by a vote, I think 57-2, 76-2, something like that. And it is a really good product that we should be proud of. And the chairman highlighted the number one most important thing in it this year, and that is acquisition reform. Now, we have made sort of incremental progress on some aspects of acquisition reform before, but Chairman Rogers and the committee really committed this cycle to doing a deep dive on what's wrong and how to fix it. We had a hearing out in Silicon Valley. We had hearings down in Austin, Texas. We met with industry reps and a whole lot of other people to figure out how can we make this work better. And the result is the SPEED Act that the chairman has put together that I think is going to make a huge difference. And just to understand why it's important, innovation is absolutely crucial to national security right now. We have to be able to acquire the most innovative, up-to-date systems quickly. The Pentagon moves too slowly, and when you're looking at technologies like drones and AI and all manner of different other systems, we need to buy those more quickly. This bill, I think, really gives us a good chance to get there, and I appreciate that effort. Also, as the chairman referenced, we continue the efforts from the previous cycle when we focused on quality of life issues. We did a quality of life task force that gave us a series of recommendations, which we can all be proud were implemented in last year's bill, and then we build on that in the way the chairman said. The other area that I want to emphasize is there is strong support for Ukraine in this bill and strong support for Eastern Europe. We have $400 million in USAI for Ukraine specifically, and also we reinforce the support for the Baltic nations with the Baltic Defense Initiative by putting money in there specifically for that. I think it is an enormous mistake by the Trump administration to signal that they are going to cut those funds and to have raised so many questions about our continuing support to Ukraine. Showing weakness to Vladimir Putin is not the way to end this war. We need to support Ukraine. That is what will force Putin to the bargaining table and end this war. And I think this bill reflects those priorities. Two broad areas of concern that I think this bill should do a better job of on oversight. President has used the United States military to an unprecedented level, both for domestic law enforcement and for border security. Now, both of those things are very important. Do not get me wrong. But the United States military has a very specific mission to defend ourselves against our foreign adversaries. The billions and billions of dollars that are being spent on the border, a border that I must emphasize that the president says is secure right now. And I happen to agree with him on that point. So why are we spending billions and billions of more dollars, both on military construction and on the use of our troops' time in that mission, while undermining our mission to deter ourselves against adversaries like Russia, Iran, and North Korea, and competitors like China? I think that is misplaced. I think we need to place more emphasis on that. And also, the president's use of the military for domestic law enforcement is shocking and alarming. It should be shocking and alarming to everybody in Congress. The posse comitatus law is there for a reason. This is being violated. And then when it comes to expanding the authority of DOD, the president has apparently unilaterally declared war on every drug cartel in the world. What is that going to drag us into? What is the justification for the attack that happened in the Caribbean just last week? We have not heard it yet. I think this is a dangerous expansion that undermines Congress, but also places the country at jeopardy. Other area of concern is on the culture war issue. We have fought through this with culture wars on the left that I didn't agree with, and a culture war on the right now that I don't agree with. Efforts to rename the bases back to the names for Confederate generals. The purging of some 24,000 images that showed diversity, equity, and inclusion, which I love the example that they actually purged briefly pictures of the Enola Gay because they were trying to ban the word gay. First of all, that's kind of stupid because, it's the Enola Gay. It means something different. But second of all, why are we wasting time trying to get rid of the word gay in the first place, even based on the other meaning? That does not advance the interests of the warfighter or get us to the point where we're going to meet our national security needs. I also think we need to exercise oversight over the DOGE process and the reform efforts. Too much of that seemed to be focused primarily on breaking the government, making it not work, and also on making sure that personal loyalty to President Trump was the only thing that mattered. We fired all of the inspector generals, all of the judge advocate generals, all of the people who are supposed to exercise independent oversight, not to mention the dozen or so generals who were fired based on apparently the whims of Laura Loomer. That does not build a strong national security defense. And one item that I hope people will consider, if you want to consider everything I just said as being unduly partisan, when DOGE came in and gave everyone the offer to take early retirement and leave, a lot of them did, and we lost some 75% of our cyber experts in DOD because we spent all this money training them. They had this highly marketable expertise, and then they came along and said, hey, we'll pay you to leave. And they said, okay, we'll take your money. We'll go make more money on the outside. And now we don't have the cyber intelligence we need just because the focus was on purging the federal workforce, not on making it more efficient and more effective. And the last thing that I hope this committee will consider, Mr. McGovern referenced this. In the rules process last year, the committee wound up ruling in order all manner of different extreme right-wing amendments that fundamentally broke the bipartisan nature of the bill. And I hope we don't do that again. And just again, note of bipartisanship. I remember the first year when I was chairman, 2019, we kind of did the same thing. It was complicated. We took a big swing. It was our first time in charge in 8 years. And we made a bill that ultimately Republicans didn't vote for. So that's 1 year. The next year, we put together a very bipartisan bill that got a bipartisan vote on the committee. I'm very hopeful that the Rules Committee will look at that as well. Put aside the culture war, put aside the partisan issues, rule and order the amendments that are going to put us in a position to maintain a bipartisan bill and hopefully get the vote that this bill deserves, again, because of all of the bipartisan work that Mr. Rogers has done, the committee has done, and crucially, our HASC staff has done. We got a great product. Let's keep it great and get it passed out of the committee and off the floor. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I appreciate it. I want to make just one quick comment about what you've said about incremental reform on procurement. I've been here several years and have worked on this issue of procurement and trying to do something about it. And I hope and pray that what you're doing in this bill is really going to make a big change in procurement, because we're wasting billions of dollars every year in this area. I don't want to cut defense. I want the way we spend money for defense to be spent well. And I really am going to be watching this issue closely because I think it's really critical to our overall national security issue. Chairman Rogers, we expect a robust amendment panel, so I'm going to keep my comments very brief. You've both talked about the 65th consecutive year that Congress has advanced the NDAA through to enactment if we're successful. To what do you attribute this year's successful bipartisanship on your committee?
We keep the focus on the warfighter and making sure we give them what they need to be successful and safe. And that is our focus. It always has been. We still have our robust debates around some small measure of issues, but generally the focus is where it should be, and that's our national security.
Right. And you've alluded to the fact there's an array of national security threats spread across an unprecedented global landscape. Nobody can pick up a newspaper where they don't read about China, Russia, Iran, North Korea threatening this country. So I'll come back to my concern about changing the procurement system and say, how are we going to quickly and efficiently calibrate our weapons systems, platforms, and other assets to win on the battlefields of the future? And what's embedded in the SPEED Act that's going to help us do that?
Yeah, you'll remember last year we made the focus of the bill, the primary focus, quality of life. And this year it was the acquisition procurement process. And that's because I'm a big believer that if everything's your priority, nothing's your priority. Last year it was trying to improve the quality of life of our service members. This year we have got to get after this problem with procurement and acquisition. It is far too cumbersome, and which makes it expensive and antiquated by the time it happens. So as you heard the ranking member, we went into great detail on trying to abbreviate that. And in a nutshell, what we've done is we're trying to make the department function in a more commercial fashion. Let me give you an example. Right now, it can take years for us to put together a set of requirements that we expect vendors to try and meet. And by making them so detailed and cumbersome and broad, only the primes can participate. There are a world of mid-size and small companies that cannot hit that target. We're getting away from that. One of the things that we do is instead of giving this detailed requirements, we're giving a problem, saying this is the problem we need a solution for, and inviting the private sector to give us solutions to that problem. That is going to abbreviate that dilemma of several years down to a matter of weeks. But then from that point forward, a decision has to be made on which of those solutions that are offered will be made in a matter of 90 days. And we go on through the process by expediting, empowering acquisition professionals and expecting them to make a difference. The way I like to characterize it is, you heard the ranking member say, we have worked on this for years. We've given them all kinds of authorities to go faster. They won't use them. This year, we're telling them what they have to do, and we're giving them time limits to force the function of going faster. And it goes to the point that the ranking member made. We are going to be using high-tech weapon systems in the future. We have got to have the technology world involved. They will never be willing to function at this glacial pace and this cumbersome process we've had in the past. We're trying to fix the system so it accommodates this fast-moving technology.
Can I emphasize just one point on that? The requirements process. Simplifying the requirements process is the key. I remember I was visiting a shipyard where they were refurbishing a littoral combat ship, which could get us into a whole nother conversation. But they were talking about, and I talked to one of the workers there, and they were repainting the portion of the ship that's under the water. And he told me that there were 1,200 pages of requirements for how to, and I don't doubt that it's more complicated than, I don't know, repainting your bathroom, but it shouldn't have that many pages of requirements. The requirements process has become a thing in and of itself, where they just sit around and come up with requirements, which if that's what you do, that's what you can do. But it has tied the hands of our ability to make the changes we need rapidly. It's going to be focused, as the chairman said, on outcomes. Here's what we want, get there as quickly as and intelligently as possible.
And that makes sense because by putting out all the requirements and telling people how to do it, it assumes that people in the military or doing the procurement have all the answers.
That's right.
When you have millions of other people out there who are working on this, maybe in a much more up-to-date way, able to provide a much more efficient way to do it. So I applaud you on that. Thank you very much, Mr. McGovern. You're recognized.
Well, thank you very much. I thank you both for being here today. And I'll be fairly brief here. You both talked about how this was a bipartisan vote to get it out of committee. What was the vote?
56-2.
That's pretty bipartisan. And but wasn't I'm trying to turn the clock back a year when you came here, and I think that was a bipartisan.
Yeah, I think it was 57 or 58-1 that time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
We lost a little ground this year.
right, so is it
Nobody's perfect.
Is it fair to say that that if the bill is largely like it is right now, Mr. Smith, that you would vote for it on the House floor?
Absolutely. And I suspect we would get 360, 370 votes probably.
And so really the danger is whether this gets loaded up with a bunch of culture war amendments that then divide the membership.
That is
here.
the principal risk, yes.
So we'll see how the rules process goes. You know, you raise an issue that concerns me as well, and that is, you know, the president's domestic use of the military, which I think is a dangerous precedent, and I worry about the impact that it has on military readiness to perform their core missions. But I'm also worried about, you know, what just recently happened. You know, with the reports about the military strike on a vessel in the Caribbean. You know, and I get it. I mean, we all want to crack down on narco traffickers, but this strike against alleged narco traffickers sure seems like a dangerous escalation and potentially an illegal use of military force. I mean, should we be concerned about last week's military strike as well as the president's threat to broaden the use of military force? And the one thing I've kind of come to appreciate after being here for a while, and that is it's easy to get into a war. It's hard as hell to get out of one. But anyway, I know you mentioned it.
Yeah, no, I think it's worth focusing on this. To begin with, to date, we have not received any sort of detailed explanation from the White House as to who the target was, what the intelligence was behind it, why the strike was taken, the details. Now, we're supposed to, on a staff level, get a brief tomorrow. We were supposed to get that brief last Friday. Didn't happen. We'll see if it happens tomorrow. So there's no clarity. So there was no notification ahead of the strike, which frequently does happen, certainly to the Gang of Eight, but to others as well. So it's very unilateral action. And then what's the justification for it? Well, typically you use the U.S. military in one of two instances. Either one, you have an authorization for the use of military force, which we've got the 2001 AUF, the 2003 AUF on the books. And as strikes have happened in the Middle East, those have been used as authority. Twisted a little bit, but at least there was a legal justification for it. If you don't have any of that, all you got left is Article 2, which is the inherent right of self-defense, which is something that the courts have recognized. If, you know, someone's lining up to shoot a whole bunch of missiles at U.S. ships somewhere in the world, you shouldn't have to get congressional approval before you take those missiles out before they're fired. There is no way on God's green earth you can say that whatever was in this boat presented any sort of imminent threat to the United States in a military sense of the word. Yes, human trafficking and drug trafficking, they threaten us in a variety of different ways. But if you want to broaden Article 2 to that, we can be bombing everybody anywhere, anytime for 1,000 different reasons, which goes way beyond the true meaning of it. So it's unlawful in that regard. And then second, to your other point, are we going to use the United States military to get into a war with drug traffickers? And what are the consequences of that? Typically, we use the Coast Guard, the DEA, the ATF. We have a whole bunch of different, the Justice Department. We have a whole bunch of organizations whose job it is to protect us from those things. And that delineation between them and the military is important. Once we walk into that, once the cartels know that the United States military is a direct threat to us, we got troops all over Latin America, all right? Now they're targets. How does that play out? And that's the, getting into a war is easy, getting out is hard. I love these people always say, well, you get into a war, you always have to have an exit strategy. Well, one of my favorite sayings from the military is the enemy gets a vote. You can have an exit strategy all day long, but the circumstances are going to change. Nobody has an exit strategy when they start a war because you don't know where it's going to go. That's why you need to be so careful about actually starting one.
No, and I appreciate that. And I hope that the leaders in this Congress, rather than just kind of rally around the leader instinctively, might actually take some time to do hearings and to actually make sure that we do have a policy and we don't get sucked into a needless war. Just the final thing, and you touched on this a little bit as well. I mean, we've seen the Trump administration take unprecedented action by firing scores of senior military officers, apparently for being perceived as disloyal to the current administration rather than for actual performance issues. Representative Horsford has an amendment requiring notifications to Congress, including the underlying rationale and process for making the decisions to remove a general or flag officer. For an administration that has touted the importance of merit in the military, can you just talk a little bit about the impact of these firings and the impact they've had on the military and the signal it sends to the force? I mean, I want to make sure that our generals are telling the truth and not telling people what they think they want to hear. But I'd give you a minute.
Well, I think you've hit upon. I mean, it's two big things. One, you lose a lot of talent.
Right.
I mean, General C.Q. Brown was, prior to Trump firing him apparently for something he said 4 or 5 years ago about the experience of being a black man in the military, was bipartisan, universally respected as one of the best generals we had. So we lost that talent. We lost the guy who was the head of the NSA cybersecurity, also incredibly talented general. Across the board, you lost all of that talent, to my reference point of when we, gave walking papers to 75% of our cyber force. You're losing a lot of talent. But second is the point you just made. It has a chilling effect. What is it that you're expected to do? Are you supposed to expect to do the thing that's going to make do your job the best protect America? Or are you supposed to do what Donald Trump wants? I mean, it seems like a remarkably petty example, but pulling back that award from Tom Hanks yesterday, an award which, by the way, has been given to actors before, Gary Sinise, because of the work that they did to support the military and support veterans. But since Tom Hanks had attended a Joe Biden fundraiser, we're going to pull that award and undermine the authority of the group that gave it to him and make it all about Trump. You got to be loyal to Trump 24/7. You're not doing your job if you're focused on being loyal to one, shall we say, somewhat unpredictable and petty human being. That's not the way the military should be structured.
No, and I agree with you. And I thank you for your responses. I want to thank you both again for bringing a bipartisan bill to the Rules Committee, and let's see whether it can survive the amendment process. But anyway, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Ms. Fishbach, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you both for being here. And I appreciate the fact that this is a bipartisan bill. And I just have one kind of question about, I don't know if you mentioned, but the right to repair language that's in there. And
The Senate has different language than we have, and we passed a provision in our bill with the understanding we're going to continue to work with the Senate. It's limited to DOD, but trying to work out the differences, that we are not close to a final product yet.
well, I would stick with the House language.
I always like the House language better. The senators have a say so.
Well, thank you on that. And I know that there was a lot of talk, a lot of discussion about the SPEED Act. And so I will pass on that, but I really do appreciate that because I think it's so important that we get at things like that and in the accountability provisions in there. But really wanted to just kind of comment on how it really does address the quality of life. I know you kind of said you dealt with a lot of that last time, but for the service member with the healthcare provisions, the pay provisions, the schooling for our service members' kids, and I think the housing is really critical because you've really made some strides in that to make it more efficient and more affordable because, and so some of those requirements that we're getting at, and really using our money more wisely and making it better for our service members. And I know because I've seen some of the housing, and we really need to improve that for them. So with that, I'll just say thank you both. I really appreciate it. I appreciate a bipartisan bill like this, and I know that you both worked hard to make sure that happens. So thank you very much, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Fishbach. Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to commend both the gentlemen here today. I have the privilege of serving on that committee. It is one of the most bipartisan efforts that I've worked on in these National Defense Authorization Acts over the many years. And it was a very bipartisan bill. I did have an amendment. I'm not going to be able to get in it. So I want to take just a moment of privilege to, and I've talked with you, Mr. Rogers, about this, but we obviously know that India purchasing the oil from Russia is one of the reasons that the Ukrainian war has continued to go on. And I do hope that as time pushes on, that we will be able to get sanctions put on the board members of Reliance Industries. They are the largest purchaser of Russian oil in India. The Ambani family controls that company. And I think that if we could put the same sanctions on the board members of Reliance Industries as we have put on the Russian oligarchs, that it would come a long way towards stopping the purchases of the Russian oil that's going into India, and therefore hopefully stop the Ukrainian war. With that, Madam Chair, thank you for allowing me just a few minutes to make that statement. And I look forward to continuing to pursue those sanctions against the board members of that company that are supporting Vladimir Putin and his aggression in Ukraine. And I appreciate both the gentlemen here and the bipartisan manner in which they have worked to make this not just our country, but those who partner with us in the pursuit of freedom and economic opportunities a more successful endeavor.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Griffith, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask each of the witnesses about Amendment 140 or 141. It looks like 140. That would be a Griffith amendment. And it's an amendment that I have carried, I think, 14 years or a copy thereof. Mr. Rosendale and I both had the same issue. We came at it different ways. The committee has indicated they prefer the Rosendale language, but just so the committee here can be reminded, and then I'll ask the two gentlemen if they have any instinctive disagreements. I understand you may not be able to answer because there's 300 and some amendments completely, but if their instincts are, they'd be okay with it. And it just simply says, with the Rosendale language, because that's what the committee preferred over the Griffith language, that in the provisions of the prior NDAAs, which include reauthorization of Patriot Act and authorization of the use of military force, that you don't detain a U.S. citizen without some right to come to trial, because in particular the war that they originally underlied has been allegedly going on now for some 20 years. And I just want to make sure that we're trying to protect American citizens and the constitutional rights of American citizens. And we did approve, the House did approve it, I think the last 2 years. I know they did last year. The Senate unfortunately took it out. I'm offering it again and would hope that you all would at least be open to considering it. Gentlemen?
I've supported it in the past.
Yes, sir, you have.
Support it again.
I think maybe both of you have.
No, actually, we haven't.
No.
There's a tiny
Okay.
little problem with it, and that is that it changes the Constitution because the Constitution protects all U.S. persons. This that you offer only protects citizens. So the First Amendment, Second Amendment, they don't say U.S. citizens. It
So
says,
next year I need to get you the Griffith language because mine deals with Cmte.
No, okay.
All right. I'll
But
work on that.
that's the one issue on it is
And
I'm
and
with you, but it should be all U.S. persons, not
I can
not
appreciate
citizens.
that, but we'll see if we can get the Cmte requirement in there because I just think that if you're going to be locked away forever, you ought to have your constitutional rights. And if you're an American citizen on American soil or even an American person, they ought to at least establish that you had knowledge that you were assisting a terrorist organization as opposed to just somehow you inadvertently assisted a terrorist organization. And I'm happy to switch the amendments out if y'all can reach an agreement in the hallway, but I'm just trying to make the committee happy. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Mr. Roy, you're recognized.
Thank the chairwoman, and thank you gentlemen for coming up here and testifying and for the work on the bill. I just want to clarify that that I'm correct, that we are in the NDAA, that we are authorizing levels that are keeping spending flat at current level spending, and that's reflective of the work that was done on the reconciliation package, that there was some money in there for defense, and reflective of the overall agreement to try to keep spending at that level. But I just wanted to confirm that's the case. My understanding of the bill, is that right?
That's
Mr.
correct.
Chairman. Okay.
With the one
Yeah, sure.
caveat,
Please.
the 150, I think it's 100, ultimately wound up being 156 billion was added through the reconciliation
No, that's
process.
I know that's what I was
Yeah.
noting, is that inconsistent with what we had done previously with the reconciliation package, and that was important. That was a part of the overall effort to ensure defense is where it needs to be. And then the second thing I would note is just a point that it is. I know there's still some deliberations going on, but with respect to amendments and whether they're going to be tied to HASC's jurisdiction versus something broader. And if it's sticking to HASC jurisdiction and that's consistent, then I'll accept that. But that I do feel strongly for getting beyond that the language that I've had now for a while on terminating the AUMFs that have been lingering for far too long, that we need to address those issues. But obviously, if we're sticking to a rule that's consistent,
We're not sticking to that consistent rule, and I'm with you. I think your amendment should be included. And personally, I think if we have issues that are agreed and the committees of jurisdiction are agreed, I think we should use the NDAA vehicle to pass what we can pass as a legislative body. And also we make exceptions to that. And just to fuel your argument a little bit, in this rule already is the amendment on cryptocurrency, which has nothing to do with our jurisdiction, which has been included. So the rule gets violated when leadership wants to violate the rule, and I think they ought to be inclusive of all of us. If we can get something done through this process, we should get it done. Now, you can't override the committee of jurisdiction, but working with them, I think it ought to be included.
well, we'll see how the debate goes through the day on that. But I did want to make sure, just for the record, that it's clear. I think there's significant bipartisan agreement that, look, we can agree on the need to have clarity on the authorizations of the use of military force. And there's bipartisan agreement in the need for the authorizations of the use of military force where it's appropriate around the globe, but that we do not need to be operating under 23-year-old authorizations of force. So I'd certainly like to be able to address that issue if we're, and as long as it's consistent with rules that we're going to apply how we operate, and we'll have those conversations today. And I appreciate the gentleman. I yield back.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. There's no one else to ask any questions, so we appreciate very much your coming. You're being so succinct and so direct with your comments and with your answers to the questions, and you're excused. I'd like to call Mr. Wilson, Mr. Fine, and Mr. Onder to the table. I think, Mr. Wilson, you came in first, and so I would like to recognize you. I make the same statement that I always make. Any written comments that you have will be included in the record, and we'll ask that you keep your statements short and to the point. And I recognize you, Mr. Wilson.
And colleagues, and indeed, I'm grateful for the leadership of Chairman Mike Rogers and Ranking Member Adam Smith, the bipartisanship we've seen. And I appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of Amendment Number 535 to repeal the Caesar Act to support President Trump and Special Envoy for Syria, Ambassador Tom Barrack, who is here in Washington today. I'm also grateful to have Ambassador Barrack's support for the amendment. The Caesar law undermines the president's policy and makes it almost impossible to, quote, give Syria a chance as proposed by President Trump. The Caesar Act was passed in 2019, and the NDAA was intended to protect civilians from the brutal Ba'athist socialist dictatorship of Bashar al-Assad. And it was imposed only years into Assad's war crimes, where nearly 500,000 people were killed. Additionally, the Caesar Act has succeeded. By the time Assad's regime collapsed last December, the Assad resources were depleted and soldiers were only earning $17.50 a month and refusing to fight. I was closely involved in efforts to extend the act as it approached expiration last year, and I'm grateful with so much leadership here that it did pass the House in February of last year, and we worked to extend the Caesar Act in the NDAA Conference Committee. The result is the Assad dictatorship abdicated on December the 8th and fled to Moscow. 2 weeks ago, today, I was humbled to accompany Ambassador Barak and Senator Jean Shaheen, bipartisan bicameral, to encourage the new government, which wants to work with the West, as we stood actually in Assad's former office. Since then, President Trump has taken many historic steps to lift sanctions on Syria, meeting with President al-Shara in Riyadh and issuing executive orders giving him new and expanded authorities to sanction malign actors in Syria, keeping sanctions on war criminals. Additionally, President Trump is working with Saudi Arabia and NATO ally Turkey while negotiating with Israel for stability. The problem is the Caesar Act sanctions remain mandatory with only temporary waivers. As the Treasury officials have said, this discourages investments creating jobs. The result is a climate of risk aversion, handicapping recovery. Ambassador Tom Barak supports full repeal to promote a sovereign Syria. The law was meant for specific ends, to protect civilians from Assad, Russia, and Iran, and dismantling the chemical weapons and holding war criminals accountable. These conditions no longer applicable. The law has served its purpose and should be repealed to give Syria a chance, with support of Amendment number 535. I respectfully yield back my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Fine, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to be here for the first time before all of you. I will try to be brief. I'm sure there's many things you'd like to do other than listen to me talk. So I'm here to speak about Amendment 779, which deals with PTSD. The Department of Veterans Affairs believes that 29% of veterans who served in Operation Iraqi Freedom and Operation Enduring Freedom have PTSD, which causes all sorts of problems at home as families struggle to help their loved ones adjust to normal life. A better understanding of the disorder, as well as how to deal with it, can help us better recognize, diagnose, and treat those suffering from PTSD. No other country in the world is dealing with as much PTSD other than us as Israel is, which has been fighting a terrible war for the past 2 years on 7 fronts, and we even saw signs of that today. Because so much of their population is involved in war fighting, several leading Israeli hospitals, universities, and nonprofits have actually dedicated their efforts to researching and treating PTSD. What my amendment would do is authorize the Secretary of Defense to establish a grant which would be awarded to U.S. academic institutions or nonprofits who conduct joint research on PTSD with their Israeli counterparts. The amendment does not appropriate any money for the grant. It lays the framework for the grant. Money would have to be requested by the DoD and appropriated in next year's defense appropriations for the grant to be funded. This has been included in the NDAA the last 2 years, so hopefully the third time is the charm. And with that, I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Onder, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member. I'm here to speak on Amendment 1146. It was recently brought to my attention that the fiscal year 26 National Defense Authorization Bill includes language in Section 1110 that would prevent the Department of Defense from implementing President Trump's Executive Order 14251. This executive order ensures that certain agencies can deliver on their missions without being hamstrung by negotiations with labor bosses. This is especially important for the Department of Defense, whose work is directly related to national security. That is why I'm offering Amendment 1146 to preserve the Department of Defense's ability to implement the President's EO. Staffing policies at the Department of Defense should be determined by elected officials who have sworn an oath to defend the Constitution. Instead, federal agency operations are often held hostage by union bosses whose number one priority is not our national defense. Under the Biden administration, union bosses representing federal workers used their leverage to promote policies that increase inefficiency. They made it difficult to fire problematic workers and prolonged work-from-home policies despite what was in the best interest of the American people. President Trump is delivering on his promise to improve how federal agencies operate so they can truly serve the common good. But Section 1110 of the NDA directly attacks President Trump's government efficiency and national security agenda. I urge the committee to repeal this section and to oppose future riders in must-pass legislation that would undermine the president's agenda. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Onder. I thank all of you for coming today, and I have no questions. Mr. McGovern.
Yes, I want to thank you for being here. I have no questions either, but I would like to ask you to consent to insert in the record amendment testimony from Representative Mullen in support of his amendments, numbers 716, 722, 726, 893, 895, 896, 898, and 934. And I want to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record amendment testimony from Rep. Schulten in support of her amendments 955 and 956.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Ms. Fishbach?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I just want to say thank you all for being here. And Mr. Fine, you're welcome back anytime. You were short and to the point, and I appreciate that. And I think the members appreciate
Be careful what you wish for.
that. Well, you could screw it up next time if you go on too long. So, but thank you all for being here.
Mr. Scott? Mr. Griffith? No. You did a wonderful job, obviously. You answered the questions from all the members of the committee. So we thank you very much, and you're excused.
Thank you, Madam
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone else seeking to testify on HR 3838? Seeing none, this closes the hearing portion of our meeting. Without objection, the committee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair, and we will be in touch with staff and members on reconvening.
Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Barry Black will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Lord God, you are holy, and we daily experience the unfolding of your prevailing providence. Lord, we're thankful that those who continue to seek you will eventually find you. Help us to make you our choice and our source of hope. As our lawmakers seek to serve you by making choices that honor you, purify their intentions, that they will say what they believe and will act consistent with their speech. Lord, keep them aware of how their thoughts, words, and deeds affect the good fortune of those in need. Sustain the hurting people in our nation and world, carving tunnels of hope from mountains of despair. We pray in your invincible name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., September 8th, 2025. To the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Ted Budd, a senator from the state of North Carolina, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Chuck Grassley, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to the executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Edward L. Artell of Florida, to be United States District Judge for the Southern District of Florida.
Mr. President. Mr. President, for decades, Democrats and Republicans have regularly cooperated to swiftly confirm the many, many individuals selected by each president to serve in their administration. Regardless of the party in the White House, both sides have long agreed that a president deserves to have his or her administration in place quickly. That doesn't mean we don't disagree, but it does mean when nominees are held up, opposed, or blocked, it's for a legitimate purpose, not for leverage and partisan games to score political points at the expense of public safety, end quote. Let me just repeat that, Mr. President. That doesn't mean we don't disagree, but it does mean when nominees are held up, opposed, or blocked, it's for a legitimate purpose, not for leverage and partisan games to score political points at the expense of public safety. Again, end quote. Now, Mr. President, none of those words are original to me. So far, I have simply been quoting the Democrat leader from back in 2022. But his words perfectly summarize the longstanding tradition of the Senate, a tradition that Democrats have destroyed this year. Mr. President, the Democrat leader correctly stated, and again I quote, "For decades, Democrats and Republicans have regularly cooperated to swiftly confirm the many, many individuals selected by each president to serve in their administration," end quote. Now, on a practical level, that's looked like expediting individual nominees and blocks of nominees by using unanimous consent or voice vote, which a way, as you know here in the Senate, Mr. President, of moving things along more quickly. During President George H.W. Bush's 4 years in office and President Clinton's first 4 years, both presidents had 98% of their civilian nominees, get this, 98% confirmed through unanimous consent or voice vote. George W. Bush, President Bush, and President Obama both had 90% of their civilian nominees confirmed by unanimous consent or voice vote in their first terms. And then we get to President Trump's first administration. Democrats, upset at the president's election, introduced an unprecedented new level of partisanship into the historically bipartisan confirmation process, forcing time-consuming votes on civilian nominees who would once have gone by unanimous consent or by voice vote. But even so, Mr. President, despite this new level of partisanship introduced by Democrats, both President Trump in his first term and President Biden had more than half of their nominees confirmed by unanimous consent or voice vote. Well, fast forward to today. President Trump has been in office for 8 months, and he has not had one single civilian nominee confirmed by unanimous consent or voice vote. Not one. Democrats have dragged out the process of every single nominee, even on nominees they ended up voting for by large margins. It's Trump derangement syndrome on steroids, Mr. President. That's right. Trump derangement syndrome on steroids. If this were a matter of historically bad nominees, as the Democrat leader tried to claim, then Democrats wouldn't be voting for a number of these nominees in committee or supporting them on final passage. No, Mr. President, this isn't about the quality of the candidates or any other substantive issue. This is simply the world's longest, most drawn out temper tantrum over losing an election. Democrats can't stand the fact that President Trump was elected. And so they've destroyed decades upon decades of Senate precedent and turned a historically bipartisan process into an exercise in petty partisanship. An exercise in petty partisanship that is doing a profound disservice to the American people. Because, of course, Democrats' actions have consequences. First and foremost, those consequences are delays in filling essential positions throughout the administration, in our government, the people's government. Empty desks do not help the government function, and unnecessary delays rob a duly elected president of the team he needs to carry out his responsibilities. Dragging out confirmations also ties up the Senate floor. As the senior senator from Minnesota said last year, in what I would say were much less dire confirmation circumstances, and I quote, "As the Senate spends more of its time working on nominations, this leaves less time for legislating on issues that are important to the American people," end quote. Well, thanks to Democrats' historic obstruction, that is even more true today. We are, in fact, as the senior Democrat from Minnesota said, at risk of becoming, and I quote again, a full-time employment agency, end quote. Mr. President, this situation has become unsustainable. To clear the current backlog of nominees on the calendar and in committee, we would need to take another 600 votes before the end of the year. Now, let me just repeat that to put it into context. To clear the current backlog of nominees on the calendar and in committee, we would need to take another 600 votes. Now, to put that number in perspective, that's more votes than this record-breaking Senate has taken all year up until now. And again, that's just for nominations that have already been sent to Congress, not those that are going to be forwarded and that we're going to have to process here additionally on top of the 600 votes between now and the end of the year. There literally are hundreds more nominations to come from the administration. So if Democrat obstruction continues, as Democrats have made abundantly clear that it will, there is no practical way that we could come close to filling all the vacancies in the 4 years of this administration, no matter how many hours the Senate works. And so, Mr. President, we've got a crisis. And it's time to take steps to restore Senate precedent and codify in Senate rules what once was understood to be standard practice. And that is the Senate acting expeditiously on presidential nominations to allow a president to get his team into place. So this afternoon, I'll be taking the necessary procedural steps to amend the rules. It is an idea, as I said earlier, with a Democrat pedigree. The senior Democrat, senator from Minnesota, along with her colleague in the Democrat caucus, the junior senator from Maine, made a similar proposal in 2023, which would have codified in Senate rules the longtime Senate precedent of en bloc nominations, of moving nominations in groups. Our measure is not as extensive, as that of my Democrat colleagues. It only applies to nominees at the sub-cabinet level and not to Article III judicial nominees as theirs did. But the proposals share the same objective, and that is providing for confirming groups of nominees all together so the president can have his team in place and so the Senate can focus on the important legislative work in its charge. Or to quote the senior Democrat from Minnesota on her very similar proposal, and I quote again, "This common sense reform will help improve efficiency and make sure we're able to fill positions that are vital to our national security, economic success, and more, end quote. Mr. President, 8 months of petty partisanship is long enough. This Senate has cast more votes up to this point than any Senate going back to the 1980s. We have been in more hours than any Senate going back a couple of decades. This historic obstruction ends now. Democrats have destroyed Senate precedent, and we're going to fix it. Fix it and ensure that in the future, duly elected presidents of both parties are able to get their teams in place without unnecessary delay so that they can fulfill their responsibilities to the American people. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President,
Democratic leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Well, Mr. President, on Friday, we learned the U.S. economy added only 22,000 jobs for the month of August. A paltry number, an abysmal number, worse than even the already low expectations. Donald Trump has steered our economy straight into an iceberg, and the SS Trump is sinking before our eyes. And I warn my Republican colleagues, the longer you remain aboard, the greater the danger you face of sinking with the ship. Because if one thing is certain, it's that the American people don't want to be paying more for things as simple as coffee and beef, fruits, vegetables. They don't want to see their electric bills go up. They don't want to see their rent go up. And They don't want to see it harder to find a job. But that's exactly what's happening right now. Senate Republicans remain on board this ship, the SS Trump, at their own peril. It's sinking. And Republicans know perfectly well what Donald Trump is doing is without precedent. Oh, their favorite comeback is, well, that's what the American people voted for. They shrug their shoulders. They can't do anything about it. Well, that's nonsense. This summer, big American companies, Walmart, Target, Best Buy, Ace Hardware, and so many others have said they're raising prices or that costs will go up because of the tariffs. Americans didn't vote for that. Oh, no. Americans are about to see their health insurance go up by the highest amount in 15 years. You think they voted for that? No. They didn't vote for more Americans to get sick, although that's what the Trump healthcare plan will do. They didn't vote for more Americans to die. And that will happen as a result of this big, beautiful, quote unquote, bill. Americans sure didn't vote for any of that. Americans want us to pass legislation that lowers health care costs, expands people coverage. They do not want us to vote to boot millions off their health insurance. They do not want the closings of hospitals, particularly in rural areas where the hospitals don't have much cushion. They don't want the laying off of doctors and nurses and healthcare workers, so they get less good coverage, and it takes much longer to get it. Americans didn't vote for that, but that's what happened. And here's what the data shows. Americans are fed up with Trump. NBC News Decision Desk Poll, September 7th, 57% disapprove of Donald Trump's job performance, 43% approve. 60% believe America under his leadership is on the wrong track. 61% disapprove of the way he's handling inflation. CBS News, September 3rd to 5th. 56% disapprove of Donald Trump's job performance. 62% oppose new U.S. tariffs on imported goods. So it's no wonder that Americans are winning in state special elections, even in districts that Trump previously won by as many as 10 points from one end of the country to the other. The elections show, these by-elections, these local elections show, Americans reject Donald Trump just several months after he got into office. To put this all together, the story's clear. Donald Trump's sabotaging our economy. He's sending healthcare costs through the roof. Americans are sick of his failures, which brings us to the work of Congress this month. It's less than 20 calendar days when government funding runs out, and a shutdown will happen if nothing is done. How Congress proceeds is up to our Republican colleagues. They are in charge. They run the House, they run the Senate, they have the presidency. Well, if our Republican colleagues know what's good for the country and good for them, they'll realize that they should no longer remain aboard this sinking ship that Trump is commanding. The greater danger that they will face is sinking with this ship if nothing changes. What Republicans should do then is commit to working on bipartisan legislation to undo some of the terrible things Donald Trump has done during his time in office. Working on bipartisan legislation that has real input from Democrats, that's the way to avoid a shutdown. Of course, there's another path, a far uglier path. Republicans can continue to go at it alone. They can continue to bow down to Donald Trump. They can continue to surrender Congress's constitutional powers over the executive and enable Donald Trump and his evil minion, Russell Vogt, as they illegally cancel and steal congressional-approved funding. So if Republicans choose the path of do what we say or go to hell, then they will be the ones paving the bitter road that leads towards a government shutdown. And we Democrats will not accept that. We will not enable Republicans' carnage of this country. We won't bail Republicans out as the cost of health care, groceries, school supplies, rent, electricity, automobiles all go up and up and up. We still have some time to avoid that dismal outcome. We Democrats don't want to see a government shutdown. But avoiding one means Republicans have to show they are serious about having real, substantive, serious negotiation. This week, we need to see signs from Republicans that they are serious about avoiding a shutdown or time will run out. And the American people will know Republicans will be responsible if a shutdown happens. Now on judicial nominations. This one's hard to believe. It's hard to believe that the nominees for the federal bench have gone so low. But under Donald Trump's leadership, his lack of morality, his total egotism, his total self-servingness, they have. Listen to this one, this nominee, Mr. Artau. And this is why Democrats are demanding historical levels of scrutiny. Because that scrutiny reveals all of the corruption going on behind the scenes, just what we learned about Mr. Artau, today's nominee. It's one of the most blatant cases of quid pro quo I have ever seen. While Artau was begging Donald Trump and Republican senators for a judgeship, he was begging them to make him a judge. He was at the same time part of a panel of judges in Florida hearing Donald Trump's defamation case against the Pulitzer Prize Board. This guy sues everybody. That's been his MO for decades. He tries to scare people with idiotic lawsuits that have no basis in law. Well, in this case, he was suing the Pulitzer Prize Board in a case of defamation. Well, Artau was on the panel of judges to hear the case. What would a normal person, you don't need a high degree of honesty, you don't need to be an Eagle Scout to know that this is a direct conflict of interest. And any judge with an ounce of integrity would recuse himself. But of course, Artau stayed on the case, didn't even tell anyone about the conflict of interest. And surprise, 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 Artau ruled in favor of Trump. These are the kind of sleazy people Donald Trump wants on the bench. He has no principles. He has no regard for the rule of law. He picks people who have blind obeisance to him. He will bow down to the king. That's not what judges are supposed to do. That's not what nominees to departments are supposed to do. And he doesn't care if the people he picks are corrupt. He doesn't care if they're liars. He doesn't care if they lack any principle, sense of integrity, fidelity to rule of law. One quality only. Are they pro-Trump? Will they do whatever he wants? That's good enough for a gavel and a robe in this Trump world. And it's good enough for our Republican colleagues who just go along with all of this, knowing how wrong it is, and shrugging their shoulders out of fear, obeisance, or some other untoward emotion. The Senate should reject Mr. Artau today. And I'd also like to say a few words today about the step Leader Thune is expected to take later this evening to begin changing Senate precedent and to go nuclear yet again on nominations. At the end of the last work period, Democrats were working in good faith with Republicans on nomination package to move through this chamber. Senator Thune was very involved. He seemed very willing to come up with an agreement. And then at the last minute, of course, Donald Trump said literally to me, "Go to hell." And the talks fell apart. Was there any integrity? Was there any backbone? Was there any strength to say to Trump, we have an agreement, take a walk? No way. And so now, rather than giving those talks another chance, Republicans would rather change how the Senate operates to weaken this chamber's traditional and powerful sense of deliberation. And if Republicans go nuclear, the historically bad nominees we've seen so far under Donald Trump will get only worse. Let me say that again, because this is the crux of the matter. We all know what horrible nominees he puts up. As I said before, like with Mr. Artau, no sense of integrity, no sense of rule of law, just bow down to Trump. Well, the kind of people confirmed by this chamber this year have been unprecedentedly bad, beyond the pale. Scandal after scandal, expose after expose. Many of them are far worse than any group of nominees we've seen before. Trump has made a mockery of the nominations process. He lacks any sense of principle. He doesn't care if the people he picks are unqualified, if they're liars, if they're corrupt. Sometimes it's almost as if the more corrupt, the better, because then Donald Trump will totally control what they do. It's as if he wants the Senate to confirm people willing to lie for him, to even cheat for him. He wants people who are willing to stand up for him without question. Loyalty is the only quality he seeks. And to hell with the rest. And if you don't debate nominees, if you don't vote on individual nominees, if there's not some degree of sunlight, what will stop Donald Trump from nominating even worse individuals than we've seen to date, knowing this chamber will rubber stamp anything he wishes? I say to my Republican colleagues, think carefully before taking this step. If you go nuclear, it's going to be a decision you will come to regret. I yield the floor. Note the absence of, I yield the floor.
Democratic Whip.
I ask consent the quorum call be suspended.
Senate is not in a quorum call.
Good to know. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this past Saturday, the President of the United States of America posted a shocking, grotesque message on social media. Accompanied by an AI-generated image of military helicopters flying over a burning Chicago skyline with explosions in the background, the President of the United States posted that he, quote, loves the smell of deportations in the morning, close quote. And he went on to say that Chicago is, quote, about to find out why it's called the Department of War, close quote. Let me remind you that this outrageous vision of an American city that I love, under attack from Trump's Department of War, comes from a man who aspires to be awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. President Trump attempted to walk back his comments yesterday. But let's be clear. The President of the United States essentially declared war on an American city, a city I'm honored to represent. He may think it's a joke. To me, it's no joke. It is unprecedented and dangerous threat by a president against American people. What is the limit to his power, and where is the line to be drawn if a president is able to go to war against a city he also represents? I cannot imagine. But even if we put this aside for a moment, let's consider the justifications President Trump is using for his threat of a beefed up immigration raid and deployment of the National Guard in the city of Chicago. He claims these extraordinary steps are aimed at reducing crime and getting violent criminals off the streets. Mr. President, you want to reduce crime in Chicago and across this country? Count me in. Let me give you a few ideas of things that you can do as President of the United States which can make a serious difference. Number one, when we take a look at the guns used in crime in the city of Chicago, guess what we find? A large percentage of them comes from a neighboring state of Indiana with lax laws when it comes to background checks on purchases of firearms. If we get a little tougher and we have actual background checks, we're going to keep guns out of the hands of criminals. That's something you can do, Mr. President. You can show some leadership. And when it comes to fentanyl and narcotics, guess what we find? 70% of the crime guns in Mexico are coming in there from the United States. Our gun dealers are selling guns to the cartels in Mexico, which are using them to gun down police and military in Mexico. What an outrage. Why don't we do something about that, Mr. President? It might actually reduce crime. Count me in on reducing crime, but deporting people who are innocent, who have no criminal background whatsoever, is not the answer. We can all agree we should be working together to reduce violent crime. But in this case, we know it's just a front when it comes to the Trump administration. I've learned in the years that I've been involved in politics that when it comes to issues, there's always a good reason and a real reason. So what's the real reason that Donald Trump wants to send National Guardsmen into the city of Chicago? He's targeting Chicago for political theater. He finds objections to crime in communities that are governed by Democrats, but not Republicans. He's attacking Democratic officials so he can distract from the failures of his own policies and scandals plaguing his own administration. He wants us, please, to forget the so-called big, beautiful bill. Remember that one? Trump's budget bill? It's going to take health care protection away from 17 million Americans. And it's going to make it difficult for rural hospitals in my state of Illinois to survive. Why would any president want to take health insurance protection away from 17 million individuals? Why would they want to jeopardize the hospitals that are so critical for survival in rural America? Well, the reason is obvious. The president has decided that he wants to take the revenue from cutting back on health care and provide for tax breaks for the wealthiest Americans. Instead of listening to the communities and the families that I represent, he's listening to the fat cats and providing tax breaks for billionaires. What do you think it means in tax breaks for average people? Let's assume you're on the low end of income earning $35,000 a year. How much is the Trump tax break for you? It turns out to be $3 a week. $3 a week. And what if you happen to be Elon Musk, a billionaire with unestablished limits of money that he has raised? We don't know how much it's worth. But how much is the tax break going to be worth, the Trump tax break for Elon Musk? It's going to be worth $30,000 a week. $3 for the family struggling, $30,000 for Elon Musk. For what? I don't know why. And when it comes to the subject of these raids, National Guard and other units of government, there's been a lot of speculation about what the president actually is going to do in his so-called Operation Midway Blitz. So here on the Senate floor, let me set the record straight as to what I know, where it stands. Earlier today, when the administration announced they're calling Operation Midway Blitz in Chicago to crack down on undocumented immigrants with criminal records. However, if their DC experience is any indication, we know most of the people that they'll arrest have no criminal background. They're not rapists, terrorists, murderers, or criminally insane. So this weekend, I traveled to the Naval Station, Great Lakes, with Senator Tammy Duckworth and Representative Brad Schneider. There were reports that DHS intends to use the Navy base to assist in these raids. There were concerns that the federal government would operate a sort of deportation command center out on the base. At a productive meeting with leadership on the base, we were assured that the base would not be used as a detention center for detainees. Here is what happened as part of that federal assistance request. The base will provide parking, office space, and the ability to store certain non-lethal munitions for the DHS through October the 5th. Most importantly, the service members at Naval Station Great Lakes will not be aiding in these raids. Naval Station Great Lakes is known to every Navy family. Every recruit to the Navy goes through training at the Great Lakes. Each Thursday, there is a celebration of the completion of their 9 weeks of training. And families come from all over the United States to celebrate their son or daughter who is becoming part of the greatest Navy in the world. That's what they do and do so well and have for decades. Most importantly, the service members of Naval Station Great Lakes will not see the recruitment and training of these young sailors suffer any blow because of the Trump crazed idea of invading the city of Chicago. I've been honored to represent Great Lakes as senator from the state of Illinois and to provide it with the support and resources needed to train the recruits who walk through those doors. My concern is to make sure that no exercise of political theater by the current president was an obstacle to the mission at that base. That appears to be the case, but I'm going to continue to closely monitor the situation. However, as part of our visit to the base, we asked to meet with the Department of Homeland Security, which is going to rent an office building for 30 days. We wanted to get firsthand from them what was going to happen in that operation. The expenditure of federal funds for purposes which we were going to ask them to explain. Do you know what the response was of the Trump Department of Homeland Security when we went to the actual naval base, to the office building which they have rented and is supposedly using as part of this invasion of Chicago? They closed the building. They locked it so we couldn't go inside and announce they were taking administrative leave and would be unavailable to even discuss with us what they're going to do. Why are they running and hiding if they're proud of the president's policy? If they actually believe that they are there to fight crime? I think they know better. They know the politics of this situation. They locked the doors and they refused to make anyone available to 2 senators and a congressman representing that area. They fled so we could not conduct oversight of their secretive effort, and it certainly begs a question. What are they trying to hide? We now have a better understanding of exactly what they want to do. It's all politics. In addition to our visit to Naval Station Great Lakes, I've been seeking answers to the potential military employment because the people of Chicago, and I do, have a right to know. That's why I've used all my tools at my disposal to get to the bottom of this, despite roadblocks by the administration. Last week, I sent a letter to Attorney General Bondi, Secretaries Noem and Hegseth, and FBI Director Patel, requesting immediate information regarding the increased law enforcement and potential military presence in Chicago. I sent a letter to my colleague and friend on the Senate Judiciary Committee, Chairman Grassley, requesting an immediate hearing on President Trump's threats to deploy the military to Chicago and other American cities. If this president and this administration want to join in fighting crime on a cooperative, bipartisan basis, count me in. But political theater, visions of Chicago being blown up by a Department of War, I want no part of it. As this situation unfolds, my office remains in constant contact and coordination with state and local officials, community leaders, and my colleagues in Congress. I'll continue to provide updates to Illinois as we learn more. These are scary times. The president is using fear to deflect and drive a wedge among us. Unfortunately, he seems to be succeeding to some extent, but the people of Chicago won't take kindly to a bully and a wannabe dictator. On Saturday evening, thousands of marchers peacefully passed by Trump Tower and filled the streets of Chicago to make their voices heard. They were clear in their call. Mr. President, do not send the military here for political purposes. I was happy to join in a parade in the Pilsen neighborhood of Chicago to celebrate Mexican Independence Day. These are good people, good families, hardworking, church-going, doing their best in a tough economy to survive. They are not a threat to anyone's safety, and they're certainly not the cause of crime in Chicago. At that celebration, there was an attendee by the name of Liliana. She felt it was important to come out on behalf of many who were scared to leave their homes. Standing on the sidewalk, she said, "We're here, we're not going away, no matter what generation, no matter what threat, no matter what president is in office, we're not going away." Thank you, Liliana. She's right. In the face of threats and intimidation, our immigrant community in Chicago as a whole will stand firm and stand tall. Let us join together as a nation to fight crime and to fight the gun epidemic that is part of violent crime. But arresting or deporting innocent families is not the way to fight crime. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Iowa.
I ask that the calling of the quorum be suspended.
We are not in a quorum call.
Madam President, for the second time in a week, I come to the floor to implore my Democratic colleagues to stop partisan obstruction of public safety officials. We have 10 highly qualified nominees on the Senate floor right now, waiting for confirmation. Several have blue slips from Democratic senators. All were reported to the floor by voice vote. There's no reason that we shouldn't get them to work for the American people today. As I explained just a few days ago, communities around our country are in desperate need of U.S. attorneys to protect the public and uphold the rule of law. 81% of the Americans think that crime is a large city in large cities is a major problem. If we can agree to put partisanship aside, this body can take a tangible step to address this today by confirming 10 qualified law enforcement officers to their posts. I'm disappointed that my Democratic colleagues have chosen to place partisan obstruction over public safety. I'm here again today to give my colleagues a chance to do the right thing. This blanket obstruction of all nominees is a misguided attempt to score political points. I know that several of my Democrat colleagues agree with me because just a few months ago, some of them stood on the Senate floor and made the same argument that I'm making today. One speech last Congress, the Democratic whip and chairman of the Judiciary Committee said, quote, "Don't stand up and say that you're for law and order, you're for law enforcement, and then turn around and stop the appointment of U.S. attorneys," end of quote. In another speech, the same senator said, quote, "Our communities desperately need top federal prosecutors in place, interested in stopping fentanyl, question mark. I am. Thousands of people are dying. Who's going to prosecute these cases? The U.S. attorneys, 93 of them across the United States. But you can't prosecute cases if you don't have U.S. attorneys there to lead the effort, coordinate the effort with other branches of government. My Democratic colleagues continue to claim that their obstruction is justified because 2 Republican senators placed holds on some U.S. attorneys in the last administration. This compares apples with oranges. One of the senators relented on his hold and allowed U.S. attorneys to be confirmed by voice vote. The other senator ultimately blocked 5 U.S. attorneys. A handful of U.S. attorneys being held last Congress, which I opposed, isn't comparable to the blanket hold on all 93 U.S. attorneys that we're facing today. The strategy this Congress is orchestrated by Senate Democratic leadership and is part of a broader Senate-wide assault on the functioning of the executive branch. At the end of the day, we can just look at the numbers. During the Biden administration, nearly 94% of his U.S. attorneys nominees were confirmed by voice vote. So far in the second Trump administration, 0% of his U.S. attorneys nominees have been confirmed by voice vote. For months, I've repeatedly tried to engage my Democratic colleagues to end their obstruction. I've warned that their tactics ultimately hurt the American people and will lead to lasting damage to the Senate as an institution. I've even offered a compromise where we hold 5 roll call votes to compensate the 5 nominees returned to the president at the end of March. To my great disappointment, my colleagues haven't relented from that strategy, and I hope they'll relent today with my unanimous consent request. I mentioned last week that one of the U.S. attorneys being held up is Daniel Rosen, nominated for the District of Minnesota. Mr. Rosen was reported out of committee by voice vote. He's supported by his home state Senators Klobuchar and Smith, both Democrats. He's qualified nominee. He should be responding to the horrific mass shooting of children at the Annunciation Catholic Church, but instead is languishing here on the Senate floor as a pawn for partisan obstruction. This needs to end, and it needs to end today. So I now will ask unanimous consent to confirm 10 U.S. attorneys who have been reported out of committee. I hope that my Democratic colleagues will allow these nominees to get to work. Debate, disagreement about policy is to be expected, but should never be at the expense of public safety. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to consideration of the following nominations en bloc. 176, David Waterman, Iowa. 183, Ron Parsons, South Dakota. 257, David Metcalf, Pennsylvania. 258, Bart Davis, Idaho. 316, Kurt Alme, Montana. 317, Nicholas Chase, North Dakota. 318, Leslie Murphy, Nebraska. 319, David Rosen, Minnesota. 320, Eric Seibert, Virginia. Kurt Wall, 321, Kurt Wall, Louisiana. That the Senate vote on the nomination en bloc without intervening action or debate. The motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, that the president be immediately notified of the objection.
Reserving the right to object.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object. First, let the public know what they're talking about obstruction. 2 hours of debate and a vote on some of the worst nominees we have ever seen. They want to pile them all together. Some of these nominees are the people who know them in their states are appalled that they would be nominated. Trump has chosen his U.S. attorneys for one reason only: blind obeisance to him. That's it. No rule of law, no independence. So of course, our friends are afraid of 2 hours of debate and a vote because so many of these nominees are so bad. Historical bad nominees deserve a historical response. So we wanted to come to an agreement with our colleagues to let some of the better ones through, but we couldn't. Not because of our Senate colleagues. Senator Grassley was involved, Senator Thune was involved. We were close to an agreement. And what happened? Donald Trump, who wants these horrible nominees, so many of them, said, go to hell. That's what he said. So instead of our Republican colleagues telling Donald Trump, no, we can work out an agreement that's fair, they said, okay. They pulled back. And now what's their alternative? They're ready to detonate Senate precedent altogether and go nuclear on all the nominees. So much for oversight. And before they even do that, now they want to rubber stamp another round of nominees. No scrutiny, no debate. 2 hours of debate and a vote for someone as powerful as a U.S. attorney. Most Americans would agree that's the least we could do. The least we could do. So, no scrutiny, no debate, no consent from us. I want to be very clear. If my colleague from Iowa, who's a good man, wants to resume our negotiations, which we were ready to do, and he knows it, he was part of it. If he's willing to back off threats to go nuclear, we'll be open to having a conversation about a nominees package, including the ones on his list. We'll be open to negotiation just as we were at the end of July when we were in that room right across the hall from here and ready to have an agreement when all of a sudden Donald Trump says go to hell and the Republican leadership says, okay, we won't do it because he doesn't like it, even though he has historically bad, reprehensible nominees. So, if Republicans are dead set on going nuclear, we will not grant consent today. I object.
Madam President.
Senator from Iowa.
Well, obviously, I'm disappointed that my request has been objected to. I hope today that we could set a new direction, put interest of the American people over partisanship. I want to offer to Senator Democratic leader an offer he shouldn't object to because it has both Republican and Democrat supports. If we can't agree to allow 10 U.S. attorneys who've been reported out of committee to be confirmed today, I'm going to make a more modest request. David Waterman is my pick to be U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Iowa, highly qualified. He was reported out of committee by voice vote. No recorded objections. My state needs him to get to work. I initially recommended him to President Biden during the last administration, and he was nominated and reported out of committee last Congress. My Democratic colleagues have tried to justify their obstruction by pointing to the hold by then Senator Vance last Congress. Well, Mr. Waterman was one of the 5 U.S. attorneys returned to the president from that hold. So are we going to confirm a nominee who's been submitted to the Senate by 2 different presidents and reported out of committee twice? Seems to me like something the Democrats should not object to. Or are my Democratic colleagues going to continue the objection? Now, here's another one. They've got confidence, surely, in their 2 Democratic senators from Minnesota. I've already spoken about Daniel Rosen, but like Mr. Waterman, Mr. Rosen is well qualified to serve as U.S. Attorney for the District of Minnesota. He, too, was reported out of committee by voice vote, and he's supported by both home state Senators Klobuchar and Smith. Recently, so I encourage my Democratic colleagues to send a clear signal to the people of Minnesota that they think that they ought to have a law enforcement person at their side. The District of Minnesota needs its top federal prosecutor in place to preserve law and order, so we need to confirm Mr. Rosen. So I'm now going to ask unanimous consent to confirm Mr. Waterman and as U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Iowa, and Mr. Rosen to be U.S. Attorney for the District of Minnesota. So I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of the following nominations in block. 176, David Waterman, Iowa. 319, David Rosen, Minnesota. That the Senate vote on the nominations en bloc without intervening action or debate. The motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, that the president be immediately notified.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object. I would, with respect, remind my colleague that all three of these people were on our list that we were negotiating and could have been passed with our agreement. Donald Trump said, quote, "Go to hell." You, Republican leader, backed off. So you could have had it done with an agreement, a bipartisan agreement, not a partisan agreement where the Republicans have just choose whoever they want, no matter. So the bottom line, once again, is simple. You want to get these things done? Negotiate an agreement in a bipartisan way. Don't bow down to Donald Trump, who, as I said, has nominated for U.S. Attorney and many other places some of the worst nominees, the most conflicted nominees, the least qualified nominees we have ever seen. I object.
Objection is heard.
You can see the weakness of that objection, because here's somebody that's been nominated by President Biden and President Trump, and you have two Democratic senators supporting it, at least in those two instances out of 93 that are potentially on hold, could go to do their job. I want to make one final request before I yield the floor. The Senate Judiciary Committee, in that committee, it's common practice to report certain nominees by voice vote. We've been doing it for decades, particularly for non-controversial U.S. attorneys and U.S. Marshal nominees. Under my chairmanship, we only conduct voice votes with explicit consent of the ranking member, and we don't do them if there are any objections to so doing. Recently, I've heard concern that nominees reported out of committee by voice vote may be challenged or face additional obstructions on the floor to further derail the functioning of the executive branch. I sincerely hope this isn't the case. Voice votes are a longstanding practice of our committee and involve complete cooperation between the majority and minority party of the committee. On the Senate Judiciary Committee, despite our differences, the ranking member and I have a good working relationship. When we reach a bipartisan agreement about how to manage our committees consistent with our norms, I hope that every member of this body will respect this agreement. So this is my unanimous request. I ask unanimous consent that no point of order lie with respect to the following U.S. Attorney nominees reported out of the Senate Judiciary Committee by voice vote pursuant to explicit agreement between the offices of chairman and ranking member, whether those nominations are offered individually or pursuant to a resolution. David Waterman, Ronald Parsons, David Metcalf, Bart Davis, Kurt Alme, Nicholas Chase, Leslie Murphy, Daniel Rosen, Eric Siebert, and Kurt Wall.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object. Once again, negotiate in a fair bipartisan way with us, and many of these things could be resolved. Do it in a partisan way, bow down to Donald Trump? No way. I object.
I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Nebraska.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, we are living in a time of growing global unrest. China is accelerating its military buildup in the Indo-Pacific. And while I remain hopeful that President Trump can help broker peace between Presidents Putin and Zelensky, Russia's brutal war against Ukraine grinds on. That's why it's more important than ever that we invest in our service members, protect defense spectrum, drive innovation, and strengthen our missile defense systems. As a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee, I'm proud to report that this year's National Defense Authorization Act meets this moment. It includes key provisions I secured to modernize our nuclear deterrent and strengthen our national defense. As chair of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee, I fought to upgrade the National Nuclear Security Administration's infrastructure. The bill establishes an annual independent assessment of NNSA's progress towards modernization goals, ensuring our nuclear deterrent remains both effective and up to date. It requires the deployment of at least 400 intercontinental ballistic missiles across no fewer than 450 launch facilities, maintaining a force structure capable of deterring any nuclear-capable adversary. It authorizes more than $4 billion for the Sentinel Intercontinental Ballistic Missile Program, and it requires that it be fielded no later than September 30th, 2033. It accelerates the Sea-Launched Nuclear Cruise Missile Program. And it expands experimentation and prototyping authority to all combatant commands, including U.S. Strategic Command at Offutt Air Force Base in my home state of Nebraska. This is exactly the kind of strategic deterrence that makes our adversaries think twice and say, not today. This year's NDAA also safeguards critical defense spectrum. Some in Washington have suggested that the Pentagon is sitting on spectrum bands that could be better used for commercial wireless. That portrayal is both inaccurate and it is dangerous. The reality is these frequencies are not idle. They are the backbone of America's missile defense and intelligence systems. And we should not be allowing federal agencies to sell critical communication channels needed to carry out the Trump administration's priorities, including the Golden Dome missile defense shield. That's why this year's defense bill prohibits any modifications to defense systems in these spectrums bands, unless top Pentagon leaders themselves deem it absolutely necessary. Earlier this summer, I led the effort to secure, for the first time in law, a carve-out that prevents the Federal Communications Commission from auctioning or reallocating these bands for the next decade. The NDAA provision is consistent with these provisions, ensuring that we strike the right balance, unleashing American wireless innovation while never compromising our national security. We are also preparing for the threats that we cannot yet see. I secured provisions to assess the readiness of the National Disaster Medical System, to modernize our roadmaps for cloud migration and artificial intelligence, and to ensure that our intelligence community has the meteorological and environmental services that it needs. All of these priorities mean little without investing in the brave men and women who carry them out. That is why I fought to authorize $19 million above the president's budget request to help recover and identify the remains of our fallen service members from past wars and conflicts. The United States military leaves no one behind. And through this bill, we are directing the Pentagon to explore whether local communities can play a more active role in helping develop the department's healthcare facilities, similar to my Chip In for Veterans Act. This is the very least we can do for the troops and the families who have sacrificed so much for the freedoms that we hold dear. Beyond the details, we must keep sight of the bigger picture. Our adversaries, nations that hate America, well, they're sharing weapons and resources and a common goal. They want to weaken American power and dismantle our influence across the globe. The character of war has evolved rapidly. Breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, unmanned systems, hypersonic weapons, next-generation aircraft, and space-based capabilities, they're all reshaping the battlefield. At the same time, we live in a political environment that is too often partisan and divided. Yet on this issue, I believe most of my colleagues agree that we must confront these threats head on. And that means rebuilding the arsenal of democracy. To do so, we need serious reform at the Pentagon. This year's NDAA delivers, modernizing the budget process, cutting red tape, improving efficiency, and unleashing innovation. This is not partisan. This is not political. This is necessity. Our service members must have the resources they need to carry out their missions and return home to their loved ones. This bill strengthens our military, and it sends a very clear message. America is prepared to meet the moment. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support it without delay. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Markowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida,
Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young.
Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Crapo, Curtis, Bishop, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Moody, Sullivan, Tuberville, Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Duckworth, Gallego, Hickenlooper, Corona, Kim, Lujan, Merkley, Murray, Slotkin, Smith. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mrs. Brett, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Miss Ernst, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Welch, no. No. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye.
Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no.
Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no.
Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Bozeman. Aye. Mr. Markey, Mr. Markey. No. Ms. Warren, Ms. Warren. No. Mr. Durbin, Mr. Durbin. No. Ms. Cortez Masto, Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Booker, Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schatz, no. Mrs. Shaheen, Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Warnock, Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Kane, no.
Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Schmidt, Mr. Schmidt. Aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 43. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the president will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I sent an executive resolution to the desk for the consideration of certain nominations en bloc and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution for the information in the Senate.
Senate Resolution 377, Executive Resolution authorizing the en bloc consideration in executive session of certain nominations on the executive calendar.
Mr. President, in order to place the executive resolution on the calendar, I object to my own request.
Objection having been heard. The executive resolution will lie over one calendar day.
Thank you, Mr. President. President, I suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston Brooks. Mr. President,
Senator from Kansas.
I understand we're in a quorum call, and I ask unanimous consent that that quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. This evening, I want to recognize the upcoming anniversary of an important day in our nation's history, in our military history. September 9th marks the beginning of the Italian campaign of World War II in 1943, a campaign that was only successful because of the courage and sacrifice of hundreds of thousands of U.S. and Allied soldiers. I am introducing a resolution to establish September 9th as the National World War II Italian Campaign Remembrance Day to commemorate their value, their valor, and ensure their legacy endures for generations to come. 82 years ago, Allied forces launched Operation Avalanche, marking the start of the liberation of the Italian peninsula from fascist Nazi occupation. This military campaign was a testament to the unyielding resolve of U.S. forces and the strength of our foreign military alliances, united by a shared commitment to democratic ideals and fighting fascism. The Italian campaign was not just a series of joint and allied military operations, it was a stand against of despotism and defense of freedom we value, an important moment in our nation, in fact, in our world's history. The Italian campaign was fought across treacherous terrain from the shores of North Africa to the waters of Sicily, along rugged Alpha coast, which ultimately led to the liberation of Rome, that first major European city liberated during World War II. U.S. forces, alongside brave and committed global allied forces from over 10 nations, including Italian resistance brigades, faced grueling conditions, fierce combat, and severe material constraints. Battles such as Monte Cassino and Anzio stand as two of the most intensive of the war, costing countless lives. Today, fewer than 0.5% of the more than 16 million Americans who served in World War II are still living today. The veterans of the Italian campaign include my father, Staff Sergeant Raymond Moran of the 603rd Armament Maintenance Battalion, and they are a dwindling number. My father dedicated 2 years of his life to the liberation of Italy, repairing rifles and other small arm weapons under the regular threat of attack to make certain U.S. forces were equipped to win. I'm joined in this resolution by my colleague from Florida, Senator Rick Scott, whose father also served in this campaign, in recognizing the personal and collective sacrifices of these heroes. The Italian campaign spanned 602 days, culminating in the surrender at Caserta, just north of Naples, on April the 29th, 1945, when nearly 1 million Axis troops capitulated, the largest surrender of German forces at that point in the war. The following day, Adolf Hitler's death marked the collapse of Nazi regime, a turning point that made possible by the military operations comprising the Italian campaign. This resolution acknowledges the tremendous and significant cost of the Italian campaign, with hundreds of thousands of U.S. and Allied casualties, many of whom rest in the serene and pristine American cemeteries across Italy. Our resolution reaffirms that the victory was driven by an unwavering force of will, ironclad military alliances, and the enduring power of democratic values and principles that remain vital in today's global conflicts. I hope my colleagues in the Senate will join me in honoring the memory of those who fought and died in the Italian campaign, salute those surviving veterans, and to recognize the families who carry on their legacy. Let us designate September 9th as National World War II Italian Campaign Remembrance Day to ensure their sacrifices are not forgotten, memorialized here on the floor of the United States Senate. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Mr. President.
Senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, thank you. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be at a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Judiciary be discharged from further consideration and the Senate now proceed to S-Res 371.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 371, honoring the victims and survivors of the mass shooting at the Annunciation Catholic Church and School in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the committee is discharged. The Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the Klobuchar amendment to the preamble at the desk be agreed to, the preamble as amended be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President,
Senator from Kansas.
I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 452 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 452, an act to award 3 congressional gold medals to the members of the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's ice hockey team, and so forth.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure?
Mr. President, I now ask then.
Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, based upon that, I ask unanimous consent that the Kramer substitute amendment at the desk be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered, read a third time, and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
As if, Mr. President, in executive session, I ask unanimous consent that the following nominations be returned to committee. Nominations number 176, 183, 257, 258.
Calendar numbers.
Calendar numbers, excuse me. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the following nominations be returned to the committee with the calendar numbers of 176, 183, 257, 258, 316, 317, 318, 319, 320, and 321.
Without objection, so ordered.
Now, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Tuesday, September 9th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate proceed to executive session to resume consideration of calendar number 262, Marion Lanahan, and notwithstanding Rule 22, at 11:45, the Senate execute the order of September 3rd with respect to the Lanahan nomination. Further, the following cloture vote on calendar number 269, Robert Law, the Senate recess until 2:15 to allow for the weekly conference meetings, and at 2:15, if cloture is invoked, the Senate vote on confirmation of the Law nomination, followed by cloture of calendar number 293, Kyle Dudek. Finally, and if any nominations are confirmed during Tuesday's session of the Senate, the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection, so ordered.
Finally, Mr. President.
Hold on 1 second. Can you just cover the microphone a little bit?
Mr. President,
Senator from Kansas.
I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the order with respect to the 10 U.S. attorneys agreed to just moments ago.
Without objection.
And now, Mr. President, as if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to executive calendar number 176 and make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
The point of order is sustained.
As if in
The
executive
nomination will be returned to committee.
As if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to executive calendar number 183, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
The point of order is sustained, and the nomination will be returned to committee.
As if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to executive calendar number 257, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
Point of order is sustained, and the nomination will be returned to committee.
As if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to executive calendar number 258, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
The point of order is sustained, and the nomination will be returned to committee.
As if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to executive calendar number 316, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
The point of order is sustained, and the nomination will be returned to committee.
Again, Mr. President, as if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to executive calendar number 317, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly recorded.
Point of order is sustained, and the nomination will be returned to committee.
As if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to executive calendar number 318, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly recorded.
The nomination is sustained, and the nomination will be returned to committee.
I ask consent to move, as if in executive session, I ask consent to proceed to executive calendar number 319, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
Point of order is sustained, and the nomination will be returned to committee.
As if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to the executive calendar number 320, and I make a point of order that the motion was not properly reported. I make a point of order that the motion was not properly reported.
The point of order is sustained, and the nomination will be returned to committee.
And Mr. President, as if in executive session, I ask consent to move to proceed to executive calendar number 321, and I make a point of order that the nomination was not properly reported.
The point of order is sustained, and the nomination will be returned to committee.
Now, Mr. President, for the information of all senators, this is 2 votes at 11:45 a.m., 2 votes at 2:15 p.m., and further votes are expected later in the day. And if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned until under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.